The June 15, 2026 City Council Work Session is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, interim city manager, staff, Forest Park residents, and guests. This is the roll call for the City Council Work Session meeting for Monday, June 15th, 2026. Mayor Ellison,
Here.
Councilmember James,
Present.
Councilmember Gunn,
Here.
Councilmember Gutierrez. Let the record reflect, Councilmember Gutierrez is not in attendance for roll call. Councilmember Akins Wells.
Here.
Councilmember Mears.
Here.
Mayor Ellison, you have a quorum.
For tonight's agenda, is there anything the governing body wishes to add or delete? If not, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. I'll second.
All in favor? The motion carries. And the agenda is approved. Our first item is requesting for an item to be placed on the consent agenda during the regular session meeting. Is there a motion to approve us placing this item? These items.
Which item?
It's item council approval to extend the contract term for 6 months with Hatley Plans LLC for impact fee study.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries. That item will be transferred to the consent agenda during the regular session. The next item is a presentation, planning and community development.
Good evening, Mayor, Council,
Evening.
Interim City Manager. Presentation today is from Home Anchor Clayton Housing Resource Initiative from Leadership Clayton Class of 2026 Group 3. Background and history. The Leadership Clayton Class of 2026 Group 3 is presenting Home Anchor Clayton, a new connection to housing opportunities and resources, a community-based initiative designed to improve awareness, accessibility, and navigation of housing-related resources available to residents throughout Clayton County. The project was developed in response to housing instability challenges impacting local communities, including housing affordability concerns, eviction trends, homelessness, and barriers residents often encounter when attempting to locate and access available support services. Through research and community engagement, the group identified a need for centralized resource platform that helps residents navigate available housing-related programs and connect with organizations equipped to provide assistance. This presentation will provide an overview of the project, identify community needs and resource gaps, and opportunities for partnerships and community engagement. The group also looks forward to exploring how the City of Forest Park can collaborate in increasing awareness of available housing resources, strengthening connections between residents and support services, and serving as a potential community partner in advancing the initiative. So I have my group, Leadership Clayton Class of 2026 Group 3, available here today to present to you all Home Anchor Clayton. Home Anchor Clayton is a new connection to housing opportunities and resources. And I'm Savon Irons Kumasa, Interim Planning Director for the Community Development Department.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Mei-Ling Jabbar, and I'm a project manager with Learn for Life.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and the community. My name is Damaris Garrett, and I work with the Clayton County School System.
Good evening. My name is Felicia Hilton. I am a 10-year resident of Clayton County, as well as the Vice President of Employee Engagement for Zeno Group.
Good evening. My name is Omar Jones, and I'm a Deputy Administrator for the Clayton County Senior Services Department.
Good evening, Mayor. My name is Maya Gatson. I'm the owner of the Zane Candle Company. We're located here in Forest Park, Georgia. We have a brick and mortar where we host creative candle making workshops.
Good evening. My name is Joanna Purett. I'm the operations manager in field operations with Atlanta Gas Light.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, Dr. Natasha Hampton, Municipal Government Executive, and we thank you for this opportunity to present to you this evening. We know that when people are in crises, they don't need more information, they need an anchor. An anchor has one job: to keep a ship from drifting when the waters get rough. It doesn't stop the storm, it doesn't stop the wind, it doesn't stop the waves, but it keeps the ship grounded so it doesn't drift into danger. Housing insecurity works the same way. People don't become housing insecure because of one big storm. They drift slowly because of job loss, medical bills, rent increases, transportation issues, childcare gaps, or simply not knowing where to go for help. And the truth is, in Clayton County, resources exist. But when people are in crises, they are not looking for 10 different websites, 5 phone numbers, and 4 offices across the county. What they need is an anchor. One place to start, one place that holds everything together, and that anchor is Home Anchor, a new connection to housing opportunities and resources. So here's why the situation is dire. Between 2019 and 2023, Clayton had the highest eviction rates in Metro Atlanta. That's a total of 19,913 evictions, equaling 39 evictions per 100 or 40% of renter households. In 2024, the rough estimate of unhoused individuals in the county was 110 to 70. The county was 110 and 70 in emergency shelters, 30 being totally unsheltered and 10 in transitional housing.
In keeping along, looking at the direness of the situation, if you'll look, in 2025, over 2,000 of the students of the county were actually defined as homeless or unhoused, and they qualified for assistance under the McKinney-Vento Act, which means that represents an astounding number of families. Looking at the next data set, based on the 2026 data, 62% of the renters within our county pay more than 30% of their income for rent and utilities. And that means they are officially designated as rent burden. And that, again, as we bookend, is the highest rate in the Metro Atlanta area.
So while Forest Park specifically does not report unhoused population rates, Forest Park, however, is about 0.37% compared to 110% or 0.110% statewide when considering Clayton County's unhoused reporting. So while Forest Park and Clayton County, while that may appear low, whenever you have families in crises or families that are unhoused, that is a need for housing that's anchored and programs that prevent housing unhoused.
So I know a lot may be like, well, what is Home Anchor? So Home Anchor is a consolidated directory aimed to bridge the housing resource gap here within the city as well as the county. And Home Anchor stands in the gap as a one-stop resource center or ecosystem offering a path to housing sustainability and loss mitigation.
So moving on to the next slide, what Home Anchor is not. We do not aim to provide direct financial assistance, manage housing, or replace existing programs, nor do we aim to provide long-term case management. Our goal is simply to amplify and support the existing resources, not duplicate efforts.
Now that we have explained what Home Anchor is and clarified the boundaries of what it is not, I want to speak to the impact and why centralizing housing information matters for our residents and our community. When someone is facing housing instability, whether it's an eviction, rise in rent, displacement risk, utility concerns, or simply not knowing what options are available, the process can feel overwhelming. One of the biggest challenges is knowing where to start. Home Anchor is designed to help close that gap by creating a clear starting point. It brings housing-related information together in one trusted location, so residents are not left searching across multiple agencies, websites, phone numbers, and programs while already dealing with a stressful situation. The impact is about access, clarity, and connection. When information is centralized, residents can better understand their situation, identify available resources, and take a more informed next step toward support. For our Clayton County residents, and more specifically, Forest Park constituents, that matters because housing stability affects more than the household. It impacts families, schools, workforce stability, and the overall resilience of our community. Home Anchor helps make the existing support network easier to navigate, giving residents a stronger pathway from crisis to clarity and from confusion to connection.
Here is the vision of our website in development. So with the website, we do have 3 features that will be added to the website. We first have our centralizer. That will be a directory listing with all of the resources needed for each users and residents within Forest Park. Our second feature, which will be our translator. So anyone can use this website. You could change it from English to Spanish or English to Vietnamese. As well, we do have a AI integrated process where the users can use the AI to help generate pathways to prevent the crisis before they even start.
So how we will measure our success? We will utilize some of the crisis and demographics within the county and utilize 80% of the intake information that's provided in the form that highlights some of the highest criteria, such as homeowners that have difficulty paying their rent or their mortgage, or residents paying their rent, utility debt, and so far and so on. So we will hone in into the 5 top zip code areas that we can utilize and share with some of our business partners as we seek for those areas of opportunity to provide them help.
And as we reach the kind of conclusion of our presentation, we wanted to make sure we highlight what's coming ahead so we can bring you all along, what's to come. So currently we are working to identify community partners as well as resources to give us resources to add on to the website, as well as sponsors to help really bring this vision to life. Coming up, we'll also in the next month be working to develop video content, promotional content, to make sure that we're getting this tool, this resource out to the community, so those that are intending to use it actually can reach it and have access to it. And then towards the end of August, we are looking to host a launch party to really bring together our partners, community resources, and to really bring together those collaborators in this space to really amplify it and get the word out about this resource and opportunity. And then to close out, before we close out, you might be asking yourself, okay, how can we get involved? How can we support? Again, we're really grateful to be here today to present this opportunity. 3 ways that you can support this initiative, and for anyone is in the room as well, is to first consult, share resources that you're aware of, whether it's in Forest Park or that are serving the broader Clayton community. Specifically, we're looking for resources around eviction prevention, foreclosure relief. Again, we're trying to get people to stay in their homes and catch them before they become unhoused, right? We're also looking for resources around utilities assistance and relief in that area, as well as home energy saving programs. The other way you can support is through contributing. So we're looking for sponsorship opportunities as well as in-kind donations to support with building out the website as well as maintaining it, really to make sure that this is sustainable and it continues on and is able to be maintained and kept up, as well as that will cover costs for the launch party and promotional materials as well. And then finally, we are looking for partners and collaborators as well. So organizations to help promote this opportunity, spread the word in the community, as well as an organization or a body to host the website and to maintain it. So again, that this remains sustainable and people are able to continue accessing this. Now I'll pass it along to my colleague to close us out.
So in closing, just like a ship without an anchor, just like that drifts, a community without coordinated housing resource system does the same. Home Anchor ensures that when residents hit rough waters, they don't drift, they stabilize, they connect, and families stay in place. Families stay in their homes. We thank you again, Madam Mayor, members of council, for the opportunity to present to you this evening, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon. Great program. Director Savon, we have what is called Clayton County Community Service Agency that hits a lot of these gaps of what I'm hearing today, which is on 1000 Main Street. One of the things I heard them say is in the city of Forest Park that we really don't have, I guess, a high influx, or they don't see the measurable volumes of those persons needing assistance. I heard that part. Resources, what I'm finding is in Clayton County is that we have so many resources, but what I'm seeing is it's like a table being set. Somebody has the hamburger and the bun, somebody has the tomatoes, somebody has the lettuce, and everybody is sitting at the table. And so I want to know, you guys are saying you would like to partner in with resources. We have measurable resources that are here. So I'm trying to see, you said extend the contract term for 6 months. What are we paying now?
Councilwoman Gunn, I think you're on the other item regarding procurement. That was on the consent agenda. It was moved to the regular session.
So there's no money involved?
So as far as what the ask is from
Yes.
the group,
I was assuming they was asking, I do apologize to you guys. I'm reading the wrong thing and making notes in another column. I do apologize to you, but I still stand on knowing that we do have resources that are here. But what I'm seeing, and I know if you guys have done your homework, that there are where we are sitting at the table and we don't know each other, and we have all these platforms and nonprofit organizations that are incorporated. So they're asking us for what? Help me out, because now I'm thinking there's a contract we need to get with
yeah,
them.
so we're asking for partnership because there are a lot of resources available around the city and around the county. And my counterparts can also speak to this. But access to information, the people don't know how to get to the resources. That's really the breadth of the issue. And we want to ensure that people are able to remain in place before they get to the point where they're being evicted or they don't have that additional assistance. So through the different ways to get involved, through consulting, contributing, and partnership, that is the ask of the group to, for the council to receive the presentation and then also see about opportunities for partnership within our efforts to continue the efforts for Home Anchor.
Well, I'm all on board with that because there are several platforms and those persons in Clayton County that I have been reaching out to and collaborating with. So if it's the way we are going to come in and the partnership is about just trading off resources and to sharpen each other, I think this is awesome. I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought y'all were looking for some change for 6 months. I do apologize, but this sounds good. At the 1000 Main Street, we also heard workforce, and what we do have that we are looking at to revise is called Elevate, and thanks to Director Dennis, she's deemed it to be 2.0. So from that aspects, I think this will be good. Now now it's time really to come to the table. Thank you guys for coming out, okay? And sharing the data and for us to understand what those numbers potentially are looking like. So I would like to come and sit down at the table with you guys to further dialogue, connect in with Clayton County Resources, our director that sits right over in Lakewood itself. So kudos to you guys, everybody that is businesses here. The young lady with the counter shop. I pray everything is going well with you and your business. But this sounds good. It's just a thing if my colleagues agree with us as a whole moving forward, but individually forward too. I would love to sit down and we come over and look at some projections and see the resources are here. We just don't know who our cousins are.
And that's what Home Anchor resolves, is bringing it all. Instead of everyone bringing an individual dish, everybody comes to eat because the dish is already there.
Madam Mayor, if I may. Congratulations, Leadership Clayton Class of 2026, Group 3. You all did a wonderful job with your presentation. I love the fact that you are here to support, not duplicate. And one of the things I will say that being an employee for Clayton County Public Schools, I hear a lot of the homelessness and the beginning Mito or Miti, however you say it. The homeless program is a huge program in our community because of the homelessness. So I thank you all for putting everything together so that we can have a one-stop place where we can send folks so they can find resources. And, you know, we have, and I wrote down your email address so I can make sure, I'm sure you probably know of some of the well-known names that handle homelessness. But as we continue to get people to come in, I will certainly send that information over to you all, and anything I can do to help and to promote it, and let me know, because I'm definitely for it. And you guys did a great job. And this was a great initiative. And I love the name too, Home Anchor. So congratulations.
Yes, I'd just like to say thank you. That was an amazing presentation as well. And it's all about being proactive and not reactive. And that's what it sounds like this organization would do. So thank you so much for thinking about Little Forest Park, because we need all the initiatives we can, because our residents suffer at the end of the day. And I too get a lot of phone calls about assistance. And it would be good to have one place to direct these residents too. So thank you so much for that. Thank you.
Thank you again for that presentation. It's eye-opening, and my colleagues and I will work with y'all any way we can.
Thank you. Right, thank you. And just, we also have a one-page infographic available to share with you all. Just, I know I did attach it to the, it was uploaded at the time of the agenda item submission. So any additional information we'll be more than happy to share with you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next item.
Okay, next.
All right, the next item is a presentation, Fresh Hope Lather and Load Initiative. This is also being brought to you all by Leadership Clayton Class of 2026, Group 2. Some background and history. Group 2 of the Leadership Clayton of Class of 2026 will provide a presentation on Fresh Hope Lather and Load, a community outreach initiative designed to restore dignity and improve quality of life for individuals experiencing homelessness and other vulnerable populations through access to mobile shower facilities, laundry services, hygiene resources, and support services. This initiative seeks to address immediate unmet needs while connecting participants to available community resources and long-term support systems. As part of the project, the group is planning a pilot, Fresh Hope Days, in Clayton County to demonstrate the concept of building community partnerships and encourage support from local governments, nonprofits, businesses, and other stakeholders. The presentation will provide an overview of the initiative, its anticipated community impact, and opportunities for collaboration within the city of Forest Park. So I bring to you Group 2 of the Leadership Clayton Class of 2026.
Hello.
Hello?
So good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and community leaders. My name is Brandy Cousin Sims, and I'm here on behalf of Fresh Hope Clayton to share a project that your very own constituent, Ms. Roshanga Peoples, along with myself and our peers and Leadership Clayton cohort, have been working on to shape over the past several months. And I'll let my team introduce themselves before we continue.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Shay Peoples.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Kira Harris Braggs.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Hill.
And last but not least, Shadrach Cowie, Community Service Coordinator, Atlanta Technical College.
All right, so thank you. This initiative reflects not just leadership, but the collective commitment of a group of emerging leaders who saw a gap in our community and decided to build a solution together. As a resident of Forest Park, Ms. Peoples wanted you all to see the work we have been doing behind the scenes for your city and county and the impact it's projected to make. And we're hoping to gain your support. So Fresh Hope Lather and Load is a mobile shower and laundry unit designed to restore dignity, improve hygiene access, and connect residents to stabilizing services. Hygiene is not a luxury, it is a lifeline. And at this stage, the unit has not been built. We are focused on building the support needed to make it possible through funding, partnership, and creative solutions. So we are seeking funding and sponsorship support. We are exploring ideas and partnership to secure the mobile unit and bring the concept to life. And we are raising awareness among community leaders, funders, and potential partners. And we're also securing donated supplies. And this is the moment where leadership, partnership, and regional collaboration matter most. So at Fresh Hope Lather and Load, our mission is simple but meaningful. It is to restore dignity, renew hope by providing sanitary, accessible showers and laundry services to those in need. And at the heart of this project is a commitment to serve with compassion and to create a safe space where people feel seen, clean, valued, and supported. So you may ask, why Clayton County? Well, we are Leadership Clayton, but it's also where the need is the greatest, where relationships are strongest, and hopefully where we can launch quickly and responsibly. Fresh Hope Lather and Load will serve residents who are unhoused, unstably housed, or facing compounding hardships, people who often have no access to basic hygiene. A shower and clean clothes may seem small to many, but they are often the first step towards employment, stability, restored confidence, and dignity. And without access to sanitary showers and clean clothing, people are more vulnerable to skin infections, parasites, and worsening chronic conditions. In Clayton County, the unhoused crisis includes not only an increasing unsheltered population, but also a severe rate of hidden homelessness among families and students. And because the county lacks large-scale shelter infrastructure, many residents are forced into temporary doubled-up living arrangements, extended stay motels, cars, or in some cases, the streets. So the solution is where Fresh Hope and Lather comes in. The project is designed to meet an immediate and unmet need by restoring dignity, building trust, and we're doing it in a way that is mobile, going to the people. And the impact reaches far beyond access to showers and laundry. This effort has the potential to restore dignity, reduce preventable emergency visits, increase referrals to housing, ID recovery, and mental health services. It will also improve school attendance for families living in motels and cars and strengthen employment readiness. So Forest Park is an important part of Clayton County, and your residents face many of the challenges we are working to address. Families across Clayton County move between cities and carry the same needs from one city to the next. And students and working families throughout the county are impacted by housing instability and economic hardship. And economic hardship doesn't stop at a city border. When we stabilize families in every part of Clayton County, we strengthen the entire region, including Forest Park. And as we look ahead, our long-term vision is to scale this model into other counties because the needs are similar, the communities are connected, and the opportunity for impact is significant. So to bring this vision to life, it will take strong partnership around Clayton County nonprofits, faith-based organizations, corporations, grantors, and utilities. And because Forest Park has a strong commitment to community, we also see your city as a partner in helping us move this vision forward. And we are also grateful to have already secured donated laundry from True Detergent, a Black-owned business in College Park, Georgia, as well as a donation from Zane Candle Company, a Black woman-owned business in Clayton County, Georgia. So we hope from your vantage point as leaders in Forest Park, you see a mobile hygiene service as a necessity for your residents. And as outlined in our presentation, our first phase is centered on securing partnerships and funding. Phase 2 will focus on pilot and proof of concept through Fresh Hope Days on July 11th and August 15th, and on October 10th, 2026 in recognition of World Homeless Day. Fresh Hope Days are days where we will rent a mobile shower and laundry unit to show what this could look like long-term in the county. We will invite individuals to take advantage of this free and needed service. And then in phase 3, our goal is to have our own unit, expand and sustain the effort during National Homelessness Awareness Month in November 2026 and beyond. Because the mobile unit has not yet been built, we are currently seeking regional partners who believe in this model and can help us secure the funding, equipment, ideas, a mobile unit, and sweat equity needed to bring this to life in Clayton County. And if you believe in this mission and our vision, we invite Forest Park to partner with us by helping fund the concept, connecting us to resources, or even sharing ideas or supporting a path towards our launch. And we are grateful to share that the City of College Park has already committed $20,000 towards this project. And tonight, we are asking the City of Forest Park to consider making that same investment to Fresh Hope, Lather, and Load. And so we are inviting you. We want to thank you for allowing us to share this vision with you. And we're grateful for your leadership, your partnership, and your community, and your commitment to community. And we look forward to answering your questions and exploring how Forest Park can be part of bringing Fresh Hope, Lather, and Load to life. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, any questions, discussion?
Hey, so Clayton County, y'all on the move. So congratulations to the leadership class of 2026.
Thank you.
Class Group 2. I see y'all got the t-shirts going. See, y'all trying to outdo something. No, but this is wonderful. Thank you for that. I look forward to really learning more of logistically how it would work. And I don't know if there's other models in other cities or states or what have you that you all can kind of get information on to kind of really see how it's going to work. I know right now we are looking at our budget, so I don't know if we have any funds right now, but I know that I have partnership with different businesses, and I'll be happy to pass along the information. Great ideas. When great minds get together, we can do great things. So thank you so much for bringing this concept to our minds. Thank you.
I just like to say that I think this is absolutely amazing. I do think y'all need more than one, but I think this is amazing, and it's so strange because a resident of Forest Park reached out to me about doing something similar, and I was so excited about it. But it was a building, a standalone building where basically the same thing, where homeless men and women in the community could come, and they would have lockers to store their personal information and take showers and wash clothes and handle business and have someone. So this is kind of similar. This is absolutely amazing. And I think with the homelessness that goes on in Forest Park, and people just don't have, like, this to me is something that we should invest in. If we can spend $400,000 on a median, we can definitely contribute to something that's going to help our homelessness in our community. So
Right.
thank you all so much for this
Thank you.
presentation. This is amazing.
I want to say thank you for the, I used, one of these type facilities in my prior jobs. We would go and work disaster areas, floods and different things, and, they're a real help. When you work 10 or 12 hours and you need to take a bath or you need to wash your socks or something like that. So that's a good idea, but you got to keep in the back of your head, it takes a lot of money up front to keep these things operating clean. And I know even when the Red Cross done it, but it's a good idea. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So do you know the cost of one of these units? Have you guys,
Yes.
what is the cost of?
So we have priced a unit. It is a mobile and laundry unit. It has a shower and a restroom and a stall together. It's 4 of those. And then there's a washer and dryer that is separate from the stalls. That unit is to be built completely. They are in Pittsburgh, and for them to build it and deliver it to us, the total cost is $95,000. But I will tell you also, we are talking to other businesses and organizations. And so we are actually talking to an organization that uses mobile storm trailers. And they have offered to donate one to us if their budget will allow them to do so. So that is also an option as well.
So you all are going to every city in Clayton County?
We are.
Okay.
That is our goal. And we're just hoping if we can have the cities to fund it, because it will be used in those cities. That is what we would like to do.
Okay.
But we are doing that, yes.
And so, with it being just one unit, hopefully you all can get more, but right now with it being just one, how would you all manage that around the 7 cities in Clayton County?
Right now, we have spoken with a couple of nonprofit organizations such as CSM Angels Refuge, as well as Hearts to Nourish Hope, and they have, I guess, offered to not so much take over it, but they're willing to help manage and run the actual unit once we recover it.
And they will do so throughout the county.
Thank you.
I know it is something that is vital because I was homeless with 3 kids living in a car. And you got to rush in your time slot, get out the building. And for those who are single parents, and you got to put all 3 of your kids in a shower and you're trying to protect them. When I say I understand how it impacts you to try to, maintain, a normal day and be in that distress situation. I was in school and I was working, but I was still homeless with 3 kids. So I am all in support of coming together and seeing and talking to you guys to see what this looked like, how it is going to, and I'm listening to Councilwoman Wells with One Vehicle, how you guys, the aspects, the logistical part of how you guys are going to be able to come in Forest Park and with us being partners with you guys. So I would like to see those projections, what that look like potentially. Again, it's sitting down at the tables to just see what we could do. And be realistic, some of the things we can't put our hands to within a city, because you guys know how some of the policies and ordinance and things like that work. But I am very much on board, especially with a lot of, I'm talking to all my friends out there in nonprofit arenas. This is something I know that is needed. So I appreciate you guys thinking about coming in and talking to us. Great presentation. And may God continue to bless you. You guys continue to move. But I'm excited about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
And I just wanted to say thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving Leadership Clayton Class of 2026 the opportunity to come present to you all. We have been working on this project. The Leadership Clayton class we had our first class in November. So since November, we have been orchestrating these projects, and we are set to graduate this October. So with this initiative, our project is supposed to be at least 90% complete before our graduation date. So we appreciate the time and your comments and all the feedback and any future partnership that you all are willing to provide for us. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will go into the old business. Got council discussion on cemetery maintenance, consideration of service reallocation options, Public Works.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Here.
We bring before you today the topic of the cemeteries that are located within the city. Currently, they're contracted by an endless contract that does not have an expiration date. We ask council to make a decision or to think about if they want to move forward with the maintenance of those cemeteries or contract that out to a different firm with a more specific scope.
Any questions?
Yes, I got one, which is, if we compare prices, if we do it, or we contract it out, and we looked at the difference in the money.
We can do that if that's what we choose to do. Right now, it's one vendor that has been
Trying to
doing
get
it
a plan.
and has been doing it
Yeah.
however it was scoped out before with no expiration in the contract.
Well, I think it'd be to the group here that we need some numbers and stuff to look at to compare to what we make decision, which way is the cheapest or economic for us to approach this project.
Madam. So are you proposing that we put it out for bid to get those different comparative
So the last time I remember we had this conversation, it was tabled,
mhm.
and I'm not sure which direction council wants to go. The cemeteries are not city property. They are a private entity, and looking for guidance on how we want to proceed.
So I know that there were a couple of the cemeteries that were almost like abandoned, and no one was actually maintaining it. And I don't remember the list of all of the cemeteries, but of the ones that we are taking care of, the contractor that we have, you said we're on a month to month and it's never ending.
Correct.
So do you think the amount that we're paying on the month to month, if we put it out for bid, we'll be able to get a cheaper price possibly?
Well, that's the purpose of putting it out for competitive bidding to see exactly what you're getting. That vendor will also have another opportunity to present pricing. If his pricing is high, he might sharpen his pencil a little bit.
Any other questions, discussion? Okay,
Thank you.
we'll get back to you, sir. The public hearing items will be discussed during the regular session meeting. So we will move on to new business. Council consideration to adopt an ordinance to approve the FY 2026-27 operating budget and capital improvement plan. It's not new business.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Finance comes before you to have council discuss the FY 2025-26 General Fund Budget Amendment Number 5. What I have on the agenda, the Finance Department respectfully submitted the following budget amendment for council's consideration. These adjustments are part of the department's proactive financial management practices and quarterly budget review process, which ensures accurate reporting, compliance with adopted budgetary standards, and alignment of departmental appropriations with actual operational activities. The proposed amendment reflects responsible financial stewardship and supports the city's continued commitment to maintaining fiscal stability through regular monitoring, forecasting, and timely budget adjustment. As part of this ongoing fiscal oversight responsibility, the Finance Department conducts quarterly reviews of departmental revenues and expense. This process ensures financial activities remain consistent with approved appropriations, operational priorities, and established internal controls. This budget amendment that's before you, basically what I'm trying to do with this budget amendment is I'm not trying to change the current bottom line of the budget, but what I want to do is go through and I've identified at least 1.4 million of funds in other departments, is go through and reallocate those funds to clean up some of the budget so we can move forward into the year end. This is part of the year-end cleanup. This is not the final budget amendment. That will come after the end of the fiscal year when we go through and make sure we paid all of our bills and make sure all our contracts for this particular past year are done. So, but this year I want to go ahead and try to get an early start and get our accounts back online on some of the overage that we've encountered.
Questions, discussion?
So just for clarity, this is just to amend the current budget that we're in, you were not talking about the new budget.
No, this is for the current budget.
Okay,
This is not for the proposed 26-27 budget.
okay, thank you.
There are no other questions. Thank you so much. Next item, so Madam Mayor.
Point of order, because I think in the new business item, it was the fiscal year 2026-2027, but he was actually talking about the 2025-2026. So we're gonna go
We need to
back.
make that correction.
Okay, we're gonna go back and discuss the 2026-2027. Because I do have comments about that. About the new budget.
Public hearing.
These were the public hearings for the regular public. Oh, and then you want to discuss it in a regular session? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Council discussion and approval to enter into a contract with DAF Concrete Incorporated for asphalt patching services.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Procurement put a request for bid out for the asphalt patching services for Public Works, who identified approximately 20 roads throughout the city requiring asphalt patching and roadway surface repairs. We did receive 5 bids, and they were evaluated based off the lowest cost, responsiveness, and responsibility. And in conjunction and collaboration with Public Works, we recommend an award to DAF Concrete Incorporated, located in Jonesboro, which is Clayton County. And it's for a total of $121,090, and we'll be using the LMEG fund.
Do we have the list of the, hi,
Hey,
first of all, do we have the list of the 20 cities? I meant 20 cities, 20 streets in the city?
yes, it's in your packet. It was uploaded to the agenda item.
Do they have, if and when everything gets settled, do they have a preferred list, how they start, where they pay first, where they go, or whatever? You don't know how, anything?
That'll be worked out in the kickoff meeting that we have with them once the award is made with Public Works. Yeah. You see it?
Tab 11.
Thank you.
Give us a moment for the streets.
Starts with Governor's Drive. I think that's the largest. Or one of the largest. You see the list, 489 North Avenue.
I don't know, maybe I'm missing it, but I just want to make sure, because again, it's not a little bit of money, and I just want to make sure every representative up here, our wards are represented in this $121,000. But I don't see the list that you all are referring to. I don't want us to make the same mistake. We paid $450 in our right of ways. Something Public Works could have done, so I just want to make sure the money is being utilized properly. I don't see
I
the
just
list.
call out the streets, Governor's Drive, about 6 off of North Avenue, Barton Drive, Yancey Drive, Watts, Cone Road, Cynthia Lane, City View, Ridgewood Drive, South Parkwood, Shady Lane, and Bowling Drive. Total estimated square footage is about 8,000 amongst the 20 streets.
Okay, you said 20, but I'm sorry, Mr. Beasley. So this is 9, what you named.
9 streets, but different address or locations on those streets.
What page is it?
264 of the work session.
Because this is a large package we have.
If I may add, this is a patching operation, not a resurfacing operation. Public Works identified most egregious locations. Some of them you might remember had a lot of trees coming up through the asphalt that impacted driving lanes. So this contract will go ahead and mitigate that so they can at least make this road straight, safer and passable until a resurfacing operation can be put in place.
Still don't see it. You see the paper. Do y'all have a copy of it? Cause I still don't see it. How were these streets selected? Did you all go through each ward to see what streets needed patchwork?
These streets were identified by the streets department that are aware of all the issues with the roads. So it wasn't really specified by ward, it was specified by a level of egregiousness.
Well, I can sure it needs to be done.
It needs to
Whole
be
city
done
needs
and,
to be done.
right, not just in certain areas. So I would like you all to take a ride through Ward 4 because there are plenty of streets that need to be patched up in Ward 4. And I can send a list in if y'all like, because I ride my ward often. So I can send a list in. I just want to make sure we're being consistent, and if we're paying all this money, it needs to be across the entire city. And again, not just certain areas.
Well, there's a lot of roads for Forest Park.
That's why we should have went through all of it.
Keep in mind that the patching is based on, they can't tell how deep they got to patch. So the quantities that are put in there, sometimes I think on Hendricks Road, they had to go down like 8 inches. So the contractor's taking that into consideration, which also impacts the price and mobility of the crews. Moving forward, this is only the first part of it. Then we're looking into having a pavement condition study of all the roads in the city. Whereas I specified earlier, we'll be able to get some data as to the rating versus 1 to 100, 1 being the lowest, 100 being the highest, and where the city wants to be with resurfaced roads. Again, that wouldn't be according to ward, it'd be according to the rating system on those roads. Some of the roads in Forest Park are not too bad, and some of them are definitely in worse conditions than others. And whatever the subject matter expert rates that road as, in the chronological order from worst to best, is how we would attack the resurfacing program.
Any other discussion, questions? Thank you. That's the end of the work session. Is there a motion to end the work session? So moved. All in favor? Aye. That meeting is adjourned. This 2026 City Council regular session is hereby called to order. Tonight's invocation will be delivered by Elder Justin Cook and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand if you're able.
Amen. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we just come before you this evening. First, just thank you yet again for another opportunity to gather together in the city of Forest Park and to even discuss the business that's on the agenda tonight, Father. We thank you for all those you place in authority, Father, and we lift them now to you, Father, asking that you fill them with wisdom, God, understanding, Father. Give them the counsel necessary to help align this city with your blessings and your purpose. God, right now we repent of any wrongdoing, Father. Ask that you forgive us. God, cleanse us, Father God, and help us to move forward in the best way possible. Again, that your blessing will be upon this city, Father. We declare your unity and your peace in this place tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, Forest Park residents, and guests. This is the roll call for the City Council regular session meeting for Monday, June 15th, 2026. Mayor Ellison,
Here.
Councilmember James.
Present.
Councilmember Gunn,
Here.
Councilmember Gutierrez. Let the record reflect, Councilmember Gutierrez is not in attendance for the roll call. Councilmember Akins Wells.
Here.
Councilmember Mears.
Here, ma'am.
Mayor Ellison, you have a quorum.
Is there anything the governing body wishes to add or delete from the consent agenda? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move.
Any second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Adoption of the agenda with any additions. Is there anything the governing body wishes to add or delete to the agenda tonight?
Madam Mayor, this question. The presentations, we're not doing the presentations again, are we? Cause that's on the agenda. The home anchor and the Fresh Hope.
Yeah, it is. It is. I don't think we need to repeat those.
That's just item 3 and 4.
It's under presentation.
Yeah,
It's under presentation.
yeah, the two presentations we just heard. Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we remove item 3 and 4 from the regular agenda.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries. Any other items? Just see large agenda tonight.
I just wanted to let the record reflect. So the presentations are there not to present again, but in the event there's any additional discussion or any action items on whether you all would be wanting to collaborate or partnership with any of the groups. So that's why it's there, but it's not supposed to be under a presentation again.
Okay, I withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we need a new motion since that was voted on.
Is there a motion? Yeah.
So a motion to rescind the prior motion and adopt the agenda as is.
I make a motion we adopt the agenda as is.
And withdraw the prior motion. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda will be accepted as presented. We have 4 series of meeting minutes to approve. Are there any recommended changes to any of the minutes for the special call meeting, May 19th, 2026, work session meeting, June 1st, 2026, regular session meetings, June 1, 2026, or the special call meeting, June 5th, 2026?
I'll make a motion, we take them all together and approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. That's ceremony.
What, you got a proclamation?
Here, I'd like them to come up. Where are the municipal court staff? Come on in.
Proclamation for municipal courts. Whereas municipal courts play a significant role in providing access to justice, preserving public safety, and promoting quality of life in Georgia. And whereas more people encounter municipal court clerks than all other court personnel in Georgia, and the public impression of the entire Georgia judicial system are largely dependent upon the public's experience with municipal courts. And whereas municipal court clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all, and conforming to the standards set by the uniform rules of municipal courts of the state of Georgia. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the municipal court clerks representing the over 380 Georgia municipal courts and the critical role they play. And whereas Governor Brian Kemp has proclaimed June 8th through 12th, 2026 as Municipal Court Clerks Week in the state of Georgia, and whereas the state of Georgia recognizes the positive impact municipal court clerks have on its citizens and the quality of life. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Forest Park governing body do hereby recognize the week of June 8th through 12th, 2026 as Georgia Municipal Court Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our municipal court clerk and members of the court clerk's office team for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the Forest Park community. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hand on this 15th day of June 2026 and have caused the official seal of the great city of Forest Park to be affixed hereto.
Yeah.
Don't get to see them that often, so it's good to see all of them. Okay, we're now, we'll receive the city clerk's report.
Good evening, everyone. I just had a reminder that tomorrow is election day and that you are required to go to your polling location. Elections take place tomorrow, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. There are many statewide elections still on the ballot for the runoff, and we also have a race for Commissioner 1, represents the city of Forest Park, and also District 8 for the Board of Education. So please go out and vote 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at your regular polling location. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. There is no city manager's report today, so we will pass that and go to public comments. Madam Clerk, would you please read the procedures of decorum?
Section 2.1.7 Rules of Procedure and Decorum. Comments will be limited to a total of 3 minutes per speaker. 21 minutes are allotted in total. Members of the public are not allowed to participate in any debate or discussion conducted by the governing body members. All public comments must be limited to matters on the agenda or over which the governing body has jurisdiction. Matters outside the jurisdiction of the governing body include, but are not limited to, personnel matters such as disciplinary proceedings, grievances, evaluations, or pending appeals. Personnel matters are administrative in nature and shall be addressed via the city's established administrative policies and procedures. Each speaker must maintain a decorous demeanor and refrain from personal attacks upon members of the governing body or employees, shouting and using obscene language. All questions and comments shall be directed to the presiding officer. Members of the governing body may respond to the comments during their closing comments if they desire. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Our first public comments will be coming from C. Bernard Solomon.
Something to be the opening act, huh? All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Bernard Solomon, and I am here basically just to introduce our business. We are new to the area, and I just wanted to make everyone aware that we are here. We have chosen Forest Park. My company is At Work Personnel. I have been in business now since February. We opened our doors in February. But a little bit about my background is I am a salesperson originally, transitioned into public school education, and went into human resources. So our office is a combination of sales, education, and human resources. So I'm using my prior experiences to try to help in the community. What we do is we go to businesses and try to help them meet their personnel needs through the talent that they might need. So our company, some people refer to us as a staffing agency, but I think we're a little bit more than that. We're a workforce development company. Because what we try to do is we try to match people's education, their skills, and all of the experiences they have with the positions that we have available. We don't just pass them through. We talk to them, see what they have, what they need, and then we provide an extra set of skills in terms of training before we even place people where they need to be. So what we provide for companies is we provide either temporary, that seasonal help they need, or direct hire for the permanent help that they need. So we're right here, 530 Forest Parkway, Suite D, just a stone's throw from here. So anybody who might need employment, we're looking for you, and those businesses who need personnel, we can serve those needs as well. I certainly appreciate your time and allowing me to introduce our company. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment from Mr. Clifford Pellegrin.
Good evening, City Council, Madam Mayor, and fellow residents and stakeholders. I'm here tonight to suggest that this governing body move beyond its current state of discord and come together as a city and adopt a moratorium on the future development and construction of data centers in this community. Such a moratorium should be a permanent one that covers the city, its employees, its governing body, and any and all development authorities. You snuck a rather large one by us that we know of. And the question I have for all of you is, how's it going so far? I know of folks who've been impacted by the 6 weeks of bombing that we endured back in January through March. I fear that that's just the beginning of our worries. I believe we need a moratorium because I have serious doubts of our ability to oversee such an immense project. I worry that we will overlook important details and find ourselves in similar predicament than our friends in Fayette County have found themselves in. I don't know if you heard, apparently their developer installed not one, but 2 water lines into their data center and managed to sneak out millions of gallons of water through an unmetered water line, costing taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars and affecting neighbors of that data center who ended up with no water pressure. Our electric grid may also suffer with the addition of this rather large customer. Has anyone else's lights flickered recent weeks? I wonder if that's an early sign. I fear this happening here in our community. I'm also worried that our leaders don't care about those possibilities. I fear that our leaders have convinced themselves there's nothing to be done about this situation. I'm happy to assist with wording for a moratorium resolution and look forward to hearing a spirited debate from the dais on this important matter. Also, side note, several years ago, Crystal Perry of Melanated Pearl approached this community with a similar proposal for mobile shower units. And I believe we were the only community in Clayton County that did not accommodate her in her traveling mobile showers. Just FYI.
Thank you, Mr. Pellegrin. Dwayne Thomas.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members and residents. By now, you know who I am. I'm Dwayne Thomas, and I want to talk about something tonight because every single week is like more and more going on in this circus. So I want to talk about things that's not adding up. We were told that Chief Chris was terminated because he allegedly taken unauthorized time off. We were told that was a serious violation that justified ending his career as the chief of police. But here's the question that we all want the answers to. If that is the case and what happened, then why was a check sent to him for PTO time that he took off, not before the investigation, not before the termination, but weeks after the investigation and weeks after the termination. And after the city refused to honor the mayor's veto and restore him to his position, you cannot tell the public that a man was stealing leave while simultaneously paying him tens of thousands of dollars for that leave. These two things do not add up and is not true. The facts matter, the truth matters, and taxpayers deserve an explanation. What's even more disturbing is the way that Chief Chris was treated. The mayor vetoed his termination, directed that he return to work. Chief Chris reported back to work, ready to serve. His family believed he was returning. Supporters celebrated his return. Then he was denied the ability to work. It was just embarrassing to see the news story on that made him look like he was a criminal. Imagine being told you have your job back only to be turned away. Imagine being publicly reinstated, then publicly humiliated. No employee should be treated that way, and no department head should be treated that way. And no city that claims professionalism should allow that to happen. My question to Councilwoman James, Gunn, and Mears, and the city attorney: what judge have given you the authority to say that the mayor's veto was not valid? I'll wait. Crickets. Now let me be clear here. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. My next 40 seconds I got left. In 2021, Mayor Angelique Butler vetoed a council action involving the fire chief, Don Horton. The city accepted the veto. The city honored the veto. The city recognized that authority of that veto. And as a result, Chief Horton was fired from his position. So my question tonight is very simple. If Mayor Butler can do that and it was valid in 2021, why is Mayor Gwynn's not valid? If that's the case, and Mayor Butler's is not valid, that means Chief Horton should be the fire chief right now, and the city manager, who conveniently misses all these meetings, should step down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next comment from Dr. Lawanda Falami.
Good evening. I won't touch everything up. I'm not gonna touch that about the chief, but I'm gonna touch everything else. Once again, good evening. Congratulations to our class of 2026. You all did amazing presentation. As my neighbor said before, the one that gave the presentation about the first, what's the name of your First Hope? We did have a previous person come here by the name of Krista Perry, who's one of the CEOs of our community that deals diligent with our outreach when it get the climate change. I did share her name and phone number with the leadership so that they can meet their quota to graduate on time. And also you can reach out to the Hearts to Nurse, Miss Deborah. And to this group right here up front, that's number one from procurement. Let's give it up for our director for bringing them into chambers today. That is amazing. This is our future. I hope and pray that you all can look, and there's no charge, it's free. You know, I heard Councilman Gunn talk about the dollar. We know she's gonna look at the dollar bill. But this is a study that is impacting the regional. When I looked at this, I remember going to this very climate from the region, and that is the Atlanta region. You all keep going. I think you should be across the street at the CSA, and that's for Mr. Zimmerman, Isaiah. And please tell him Dr. Falami sent you, and he'll take care of you. This house is not where you should be. Amen, amen. I just want to make sure you're in the right house. We're going to build up network, because in the winter time, we do find our resident displaced, and they should not get displaced. They should be able to lock in resources when our inner city give out of resources. you all will be the gate to know where our resources, like I am, I know what dollar, I'm gonna follow the dollar. I'm gonna make sure that the citizen know where the dollar, and I think it'll be great. I'm gonna make sure I get one of you all phone number that we connect, cause I'm about solution. Now, I know I don't have enough time, and I'm not gonna call for a point of privilege, but I'm gonna ask the governing body to please look over the budget before you approve it. I looked it over and I saw a new proposal in there, and I don't think that we, the community, need a new proposal from the clerk's office right now. So if you all would really look at that budget, I'm out of time. I won't be disrespect. I'm not gonna ask for a point of prayer, but look over the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our last comments will come from Mr. Carl Evans.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to touch on several things. One, because we were talking about earlier about the data center. There's a lot of concerns. Everybody's seen all the stuff on the news about all the concerns about them. But one of my biggest concerns is whether it was even ethical for a council member to go and enter into a non-disclosure agreement with the people over there about that, when it's something that was gonna have to be voted on. I don't think it's right to cover it up, ahead of time. Also, from what I understand, there's gonna be 5, 6 buildings over there, not just one, like we were told in the initial agreement. So, I'd like to know what's going on with that. And two, with, and Public Works, with our new budget, why are we paying somebody to come by and ride our streets and determine which ones need to be paved first and everything else? If our director and deputy director, or even some new employee that just started can't ride the streets and figure that out, we don't need them. Also, Governor's Drive is privately owned. So why are we paying to pave that or patch it or whatever? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. We're spending money that we don't need to be spending, and nobody seems to be following up on things. It's ridiculous. And yes, and the incident again against about Chief Chris, I have decades of management experience. I have hired, disciplined, and fired a lot of employees, and not one time have I or any employer ever faced any disciplinary actions from EEOC or any labor department, or definitely never been sued. And that was totally mishandled, and we need to get that settled immediately because we can cut out some of this stuff. We got to come out with several $1 million to continue paying for these lawful terminations, lawsuits and things that we've been dealing with. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you. That is the last one, Madam Clerk. We're going to move into the consent agenda. Council approval to extend the contract term for 6 months with Hadley Plans LLC for impact fee study.
I make a motion to approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is the presentations, which we did hear them thoroughly during the work session. Is there any other discussion, questions? regarding the home anchor or the Fresh Hope Lather and Load Initiative. Terrence, did you want to say anything regarding the two?
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
So the ask from Group 3 and Group 2 is for council to, or the action is to, for council to receive the presentation and consider opportunities for community partnership with both initiatives.
Order, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Does that require Attorney Matricardi a vote to, if we individually are going to?
It's not necessary to do a vote, but if there is a partnership in the future, then it would come back before council in an agreement.
Thank you.
So I do think this is something that we should consider. And I think it would definitely benefit our community. And again, if we're looking at what we spend, and what we spend it on, this is, to me, very important in our community. And so, I would ask the mayor and council to let's come together and see if we can match, what was it, College Park? College Park, if we can match them. This, again, is something that's gonna benefit our community, and everyone knows that homelessness is definitely an issue in the city of Forest Park. And not just homelessness, some people have places to live but don't have access to water. They can't pay their bills, and us as their representatives should make sure that they have the resources to do what they need to do and to be successful. So I would challenge you all, to do what's best for our community. That's what we're here for. And thank you all again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question. So in coming to the table to collaborate, especially with the finances, Councilwoman Wells, for us to look at I guess whatever legal things we need to, because one of the things she said for us to come together in the collaboration. So we're gonna sit down at the table. But I am in agreement with you. This is something I think we need to connect with on both parts. But with the I don't want to be disrespectful. The program for the mobile units, Attorney Matricardi, no disrespect, I'm so sorry. That is something we would have to look at as to terms, what that look like, right? Moving forward and stuff. But I am in agreement with Wells. Is that correct? As to money, okay. I'm in favor of it. Of coming in and collaborating. Yes. Mhm.
Well, I got a question. On the order. Both of these are good projects and they need to be done, but we're in the middle of the new budget year. The old budget year is leaving. We need to get our finances in order to find out how much money we got, how much money we can give. Maybe we can give a lot more. But now is, and I'm for this project, but it takes, you got to know how much money you got before you can spend it. And we're in between budgets, and I think that we got the cart before the horse. That's just my opinion.
And I absolutely agree with you, Councilman Mears. We do want to make sure, know what we have before we spend it, but we spend a whole lot more on things that could have waited. For instance, these 9 streets that's totaling $121,090, you know? And so, again, it's just making sure the people in our community is right. So what Councilwoman Gunn is saying is that we come to the table so that we can discuss those things, so that we can move forward. If we can, we just got to figure out how.
Yeah.
And so that's what the next conversation will be.
I agree.
The next item I actually should have deleted from the agenda. I didn't realize it was still on here. I'm going to do the Mayor's Reading Club presentation. I will be doing that actually in July. So I apologize. That should have been struck from the agenda. The next item, old business. Council discussion on cemetery maintenance, then consideration of service reallocation options. On the table this.
Like I said before, we need to get a price on our costs and their costs if we sub it out. Find out which is the most easiest and cheapest for us to do. It's not that we don't want to do it. We got to figure out where our money's at, and then we'll know which way to go.
So I guess the motion would be to rebid, table or rebid? Sub it out to, how we gonna find the prices if we don't bid it out? Right? Or,
Yeah, I think he's already.
Can I speak?
Yes.
So from my understanding, Mears is asking for a projection between the cost factor of our own public works, maintaining it, compared to that of, a contractor, comparing it. So we can move forward with that posture to move forward to make sure we get that data in. So we have a comparison to know which is going to be cost effective for the city.
To my understanding, all cemeteries are not public property. They are private property, which is why I think in the past before, which predates me, a contractor was selected to maintain them. So if you're gonna get pricing, you're gonna get pricing between different vendors if council elects to continue maintenance on those properties.
So
Madam Public Works, he's talking about actual contractors sending a bid out.
okay, so I recall you guys helped me because that was my first time. I know you guys have been through this a minute in the past. What was presented the last time I remember is that just like you're saying, the cemeteries were private. We was trying to one major one, I think off Jonesboro Road. We was trying to find the owner of that facility. But at this point, what you're saying is because it needs maintenance, that the city take the responsibility of contracting it out for maintenance?
No.
May I, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So the city council, there previously was majority consensus, so it was either consensus or a vote to continue maintaining them because it was a substantial benefit to the city and the community. And with this, you could simply make a motion to direct the Public Works Director to find the most competitive price to continue maintenance, and whether that be in-house or seeking proposals. So, because he could go back, do the proposals, and then also simultaneously seeing if Public Works is able to handle it and then compare and bring it back to you.
So that's pretty much goes back to what Mears asked.
Yes.
Get a data analysis from private contractor, compare it to what that cost factor would be for us to do the work. If I'm not mistaken, is that what you're asking, Mears? Mears? Okay. So how does, so now I'm a little thrown off and y'all help me now. So we are making a motion Right now, with him standing in front of us, it is for us to, say yay or nay, whether we're gonna move with through procurement, but Mears is asking for data to be given with the cost factors between us working it and, private contractor.
We can still solicit for quotes based on what the contractor is and then compare it against man hours.
Okay,
I'm sorry, what was that?
you repeat that one more time, I'm sorry,
We
Director.
can move forward with soliciting for quotes, which doesn't mean we're gonna select a contractor and compare that cost with city man hours.
Okay, well, I personally, I don't think, like, right around our city, right? I don't think Public Works have the time to take care of cemeteries, for one. And then two, like we spoke about this before, and it's not on the city. I would rather see, the community come together versus, again, we're talking about privately owned and then the needs of the community. So we're talking about this, we're discussing this. We're not in the business of managing cemeteries. But then we're questioning when it comes to homelessness and doing what we need to do and contributing to that. And I'm sure that's again gonna be way over $20,000. So I don't know, I just think that the community should come together and those that have family members in the cemetery and then us collectively to see. But I just don't think the city should be managing cemeteries. But that's just my opinion. But we definitely don't have we have the manpower, but our city needs work. That's what we need to focus on, not having Public Works to go and cut cemeteries.
So, Madam Mayor, so I just wanted to just reiterate what those three cemeteries are. It's Main Street at Phillips Drive. That one is city owned. The Conley Road Cemetery is privately owned by the Forest Park Lodge of Odd Fellows. And the Elam Church Road Cemetery is privately owned by Elam Church Cemetery. And the notes that was provided to us, it states that Public Works, Public Works is seeking direction on whether the city should continue maintaining the privately owned cemeteries at Conley, Elam, and Elam Road. If the council decides not to continue maintaining the private sites, we recommend reallocating the Worldscape services to prioritize high visible corridors such as Jonesboro Road and Old Dixie Highway and Forest Parkway and impact the residents and visitors daily while ensuring continual stewardship of city-owned assets. So, we can, the Public Works is, like Councilwoman Wells said, Public Works should not be maintaining this. I would be in favor of looking to see if we can get a lower cost to do it, because it is something that we want to maintain, because it's going to look bad on our city if we don't. That would be my recommendation, that we move forward with trying to get a rebid.
Mayor,
So is the motion, what is the
Mayor?
motion? Yes.
just for clarification, did you say that the Main Street Phillips is city-owned?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a conflict because.
To
Matt-
clarify, the city does not own any cemetery.
That's what it stated on the
That's not,
paper
that
that's
must
provided.
be
It's not.
inaccurate, yeah.
Okay.
What page are you on?
Page 68. In church 6.
One of the
That's it.
cemeteries is often referred to as Forest Park Cemetery, and I think maybe that's where some of the confusion's coming from.
Can you repeat that, Attorney?
One of the cemeteries is often referred to as Forest Park Cemetery, and so I think that's where a lot of the confusion comes from.
So right now, we need to move forward to make a decision whether we're gonna allow procurement to put out a bid to move forward, since you're saying that Public Works is not responsible, that we pick up the tab to go and move forward to take care of these cemeteries and be done with it. Because now it's been a couple of years now, right, on this? Right?
Yes.
Okay, so can we move forward tonight? Just, you guys just give a vote to see if we can move forward, to get the bids in and be done with this. It'll be one thing we got off the agenda and we'll be finalized with. Is that, we'll move forward with that like that?
So I'll make a motion that we move forward with rebidding the cemetery cleanup process.
And I'll second them.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. The motion passes. We're about to enter in the public hearing. Is there a motion to recess the regular session and enter in the public hearing?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item, council consideration to approve a proposed URA pursuant to urban redevelopment law. OCGA 36-62.1. Madam Clerk. Would you read the procedures?
Public hearing rules and procedures. The presiding officer shall state the item from the agenda as a public hearing item and state the matter that the public hearing is to cover. The presiding officer shall then turn over to staff to present. If a presentation is to be part of the public hearing, the person or persons making the presentation will then be afforded the opportunity to present for 20 minutes, exclusive of any time staff may use to present the zoning recommendations and to allow questions from members of the council. Following any presentations by staff or other presenters, the public portion of the hearing will begin. Those wishing to speak and be heard during a public hearing shall be divided into two classes: those in favor of the matter under consideration and those not in favor. Each side, those in favor and those not in favor, will be given a total of 10 minutes to present their arguments or information to the council. Those wishing to speak in favor of the matter will be allowed to speak first and may speak for an aggregate total of 10 minutes. At the conclusion of 10 minutes, those wishing to speak against the matter will be allowed an aggregate total of 10 minutes. Upon expiration of time, the presiding officer will stop all public comment and this public hearing will be closed. At this point, the council has the following options: to question any presenter or speaker in order to gain clarity or additional insight, to vote in favor of the matter if it is within their purview to do so, to vote against the matter if it is within their purview to do so, and if it's done for so reasons that are legal, consistent and applicable rules, laws, zonings, and regulations if applicable. To vote in favor of the matter while imposing certain conditions that must be met. To table a decision if they feel they need more time to study the information that has been provided to them through the public hearing process, or to meet with presenters to get clarity of the information, or to have time to verify the facts of information presented to them. At no time during the public hearing shall members of the public speak from the floor or while others are speaking. Those who are recognized by the presiding officer to speak during the public hearing must come to the podium, state their names and address for the record, and then state their case within the allotted time. Anyone speaking out of turn or from the floor shall be ruled out of order and subject to removal from the meeting. Once the council has voted on the matter, up or down, the matter is then concluded. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
This time we'll have those who are for to speak.
Would you like me to provide a background in history?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. A little bit of background in history. So I'm Rochelle Dennis, the Economic Development Director. So staff is requesting that the City Council review and approve the proposed expansion of the urban redevelopment area boundaries. Approval of the expanded URA boundaries will provide the city and the URA with a framework to address blighted and underutilized properties, pursue catalytic redevelopment opportunities, support corridor revitalization, specifically along Forest Parkway and Jonesboro Road, and advance future economic development and redevelopment initiatives within the city of Forest Park. What you have on the screen before you is the blue is the current boundaries of the Urban Redevelopment Agency. The red represents the proposed URA expansion. The background and history really is to promote, again, the revitalization and the sustainable economic growth of the city of Forest Park and the Urban Redevelopment Agency. We, starting in January of 2020, gotta get my dates right, 2025, engaged with TSW on really a year and a half long catalytic strategic plan process, and had identified 4 different sites as we looked at it as an expansion of the URA boundaries. This really came out of, as we looked at Fort Gillem, which marked the traditional boundaries of the URA, as we looked at Fort Gillem at that point really and truly being essentially done. And as the URA has the unique ability to address blight, looked at, well, what else can we do? And so moving on this side of Forest Park, and worked with TSW to identify areas and pockets of blight in our city. Forest Parkway and Jonesboro Road were the areas that were identified, not just those spines within our city, but also they identified very specific sites and parcels. Within that, we drilled down and identified specific properties. Within that, the URA board, we had 6 sites that were identified, and within that narrowed it even further, and have identified some very specific areas that the URA board has voted on as catalytic sites. With the eventual approval, this is the second and final reading of this public hearing tonight, with the blessing and approval of the council this evening, and the eventual adoption of the resolution for the expansion of the boundaries gives the URA the ability to move forward with catalytic redevelopment in a very big and bold way to address blight. So with that being said, are there any specific questions about the strategic plan for the URA? And hearing none, I will take my seat and you can open up the public hearing.
Do we have anyone who wants to speak for anyone else to speak for the URA expansion? No. Okay.
I did get an opportunity to go in the other evening and review this, and I did ask some of the neighbors to come, and they are here this evening. I am with the project for the URA to be able to utilize and get that boundaries in, but the problem we have, and I know I'm saying I'm with it, is that when we give you permission and we agree with you, when we get back to the community, we observe something different. I also was able to study to see exactly what is that green line as well as the white line, as well as the blue and red. So I know what all the lines represent. My thing would be for economic development. Is this something that has to go? And we know URA is to develop things that are shallow through our community. But if I look at my community now, and I'm in favor, hear what I'm saying? When I look at the plaza, they are vacant. A lot of spaces are empty. But I look at this Army project, here, I wonder what's going to come there next. When the citizen asks for something, we never get a return. When we discussed back in 2017, 18, 19 about the possibility of this data center, we end up with a data center and we was opposing the data center. We're scared to agree fully with this because the URA is a free agent board that has a meeting in the evening, afternoon time, and a lot of the constituent does not get an opportunity to come to that meeting. However, we wake up with something that we haven't signed up for. And there are still some questions about the URA expansion because there's so many citizens don't understand exactly what the URA board does. And I think you all need to be a little more transparency on what you are itemizing, what you are bringing for your approval, so that you can hear from the citizen. Just as I stand with you because I see the red. And I know exactly what happened with the red. But what will we see tomorrow, next 6 months? What type of business will we see? Will it benefit us? Is what I want to know. Do we get out of saying yes? And I'm saying yes. So I take the code with this. And I told you I'd be back after I talked to some of the concerned citizens. They are in the room. They just don't understand this map, this relationship with the URA and in the governor chambers right now discussing for them to be able to adopt or utilize and get permission from this dais because it's a free agent board. I just want to make it clear why I'm speaking on behalf of them, but I explained to them it can be a good factor, but the factor has to be that we know what you're gonna put in the red. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Oh, okay. So, hey, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and the other council members and all of the citizens here. I am Rosemary Green, and my husband is Bishop Wesley Green, and we pastor Amazing Grace World Outreach Church at 260 Forest Parkway. And when I saw that our property was within the expansion area, I had an opportunity to meet with Dr. Dennis, who was so gracious to explain to me exactly what that meant. And she allayed all of my concerns. And so I stand here this evening to say that we support the expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any more for the expansion? Do we have anyone who would like to speak against the expansion?
Good evening, Clifford Pellegrini, 1048 Finley Drive. I want to express concern and reservations about the URA and their bid to expand their turf. The URA is the main entity that brought us Digital Realty into our community. They used NDAs and to slide this project down the water slide to make a splash in our community. Wasn't cool. I want to echo some of what Dr. Falami said. Transparency, please. I understand NDAs or NDAs, but transparency, please.
Thank you. Anyone else? There are no further comments regarding that. We will move to the second item in the public hearing. The second reading of the FY 26-27 operating budget and capital improvement plan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I prepared a small, hopefully short, presentation on the budget for FY 26-27. Next slide. Why we're here. Tonight marks the beginning of an important conversation about Forest Park's future. The FY 26-27 budget process is more than developing a spending plan. It's about aligning our resources with our priorities and ensuring that every dollar invested creates value for our community. Tonight's objective, the FY 26-27 budget second reading. The FY 26-27, I'm going to show the capital budget. The FY 26-27, the employee benefit renewal. We're also going to reinforce our commitment to fiscal discipline and accountability. Prepare, and lastly, prepare for the adoption of a balanced and sustainable budget. The budget as a strategic blueprint. The budget is more than numbers. It is the city's most important policy document and serves as policy direction, operational roadmap, performance management tool, and financial control framework. Every budget decision should answer one question. How does this investment improve the quality of life for the residents of Forest Park? Next slide. FY 26-27 budget objective. Primary objective of the City of Forest Park's budget is to responsibly allocate resources in a manner that advances strategic priorities, enhances quality of life, and ensures long-term financial sustainability. Our objectives: maintain long-term financial stability through prudent fiscal management, deliver exceptional public safety services with our E911, police, and fire department, improve and expand critical infrastructure, promote economic growth and neighborhood revitalization, enhance our parks, recreation, and community amenities, strengthen organizational capacity and workforce excellence, maintain transparency and accountability in government operations, build financial reserves, and prepare for future capital needs. A guiding principle: balance ambition with fiscal stewardship. Forest Park has a significant opportunities ahead. As we pursue transformative nation projects and community investments, we must maintain disciplined steward of public resources. We must sustain infrastructure investment momentum. That's what Star Park coming online. That's also with our new recreation center coming up. Protect the city's financial stability. Invest strategically in our workforce. Preserve adequate reserves. Prioritize projects that deliver measurable community impact. Ensure every taxpayer dollar produces value. Those principles stand on financial stability, operational excellence, and sustainable growth. A financial overview. The proposed FY 26-27 general fund budget reflects continued economic strength while maintaining a conservative and responsible financial approach. This FY 26-27 proposed revenue coming up is going to be 46.4 million. Key revenue drivers: property tax, local option sales tax. Most folks know is a loss. Business occupational taxes, insurance premium taxes, franchise fees, municipal court revenues, service charges, and program fees. Revenue assumptions have been developed using historical performance, economic indicators, and development activities and conservative forecasting practices. Next slide. This slide here is the general fund summary by departments. It shows every department that we have in our general fund that adds up to the 46.4 billion. Moving to our insurance benefit renewal for the 26 budget update. Negotiating outcomes. This was happened when MSI initially advised that Cigna would renew coverage at a 25.4% increase. After HR and the interim city manager and finance urged further carriers negotiation, the final selection option reduced the increase to 6.5, while avoiding major employee-facing changes. So when they first came to us, the initial renewal was 25.4%. That would have been a 1.5 million hit to the budget. So MAS went back and we told them to talk and negotiate on our behalf with Cigna, and he got it down to 6.5, which would be a $388,514 increase. With that budget impact reduced about 1.1 million. The finance position, although an increase was anticipated given the economic environment, the negotiated 6.5% renewal is manageable for this budget. The final outcome secures a substantial better price, maintaining continuity with Cigna, and limits disruption to employees. Vision and dental benefits remain unchanged. This first year coming up, first month, we're going to have a $30,000 first month administrative credit, which will bring that cost down to $358,514. So overall, if you look at the other side, which we selected option 3, our total annual cost would be $6,333,758. Next slide. This right here shows the spreadsheet that we received from MSI after negotiating with Cigna, that through those options, you're looking at the current, as well as when they brought in the first renewal of 25.4%, we're ranking them down to 6.5%. Once again, it's $388,514 to the budget. Next slide. We're going to move into the capital as part by department. Invested in our public safety. Public safety remains one of our highest priorities. Fire department capital investments, we're looking at computer technology upgrades, $15,000. Suppression equipment, $90,000. Striker Life Pack systems, $72,000. Fire training facility building, $315,000. Our police department capital investment, we got drone docking stations at $80,000. Flock Safety Falcon Technology, 63,500. Axon Fuses Public Safety Platform, 75,000. Right now, at our current police headquarters, we're gonna do some resurfacing for about 150,000. Headquarters repainting, 24,000. We seriously need a security gate over there at our police department. So we have security gate improvements at 20,000. We also have roof repairs, 5,300, and some more facility upgrades, 13,500. One of our animal control vehicles improvement, $6,000. Right now it's outdated and needs to be improved, updated. These investments strengthen emergency response capability, improve operational efficiency, and enhance community safety. Next slide. This right here shows some of the pictures that we have over there at the current headquarters that needs a paint job. We need paving, parking. We need gates. We have no security gates at our current police department. We have people who can drive it all around. Next slide. This is the XFuse platform that the police department uses. Next slide. Here's a drone docking station that needs to be continued. Next slide. That's the actual drone that the city uses to help protect. These are life pack. Next slide. This is suppression equipment, vital to the fire department. Next slide. Here's our fire training structure. Next slide. Investing in infrastructure, public works. Investing in infrastructure. Reliable infrastructure is essential to economic growth, neighborhood sustainability, and quality of life. Public works capital investment. Street resurfacing program, 100,000. Citywide pavement assessment, 15,000. Public works facility improvement, 27,250. The fleet facility floor improvement, 66,000. Vehicle replacement and additions, equipment addition, 114,400. We also have a salt spreader, brine tank, and a pothole management technology, 14,803. These investments help ensure safer roads, improve service delivery, and long-term asset preservation. Next slide. That's current public works parking lot. Next slide. Fleet garage floor. Next slide. This picture of, on the left, we got the salt dog spreader, and on the right, we got the brine tank. Next slide. What success looks like. At the end of the budget cycle, success means balanced budget. That's what we strive this year and every year, and ever since I've been a finance director, is to have a balanced budget. Strong financial reserves. That is one of the key components, is to keep some money in the bank for a rainy day. Continual infrastructure investment, safe neighborhoods, efficient city operation, strategic economic growth, enhanced quality of life for residents, public trust through transparency and accountability. One of the reasons why we are moving toward a platform of OpenGov, so we can get this out there to the public where they can see firsthand, any time of the day, how we doing. Together, we are building a stronger Forest Park, one that honors
its history, embraces opportunity, and invests confidently in its future. One Forest Park, one vision, one future. So with this reading, we're proposing FY 26-27. We're proposing operating budget and capital improvement at $46,439,729. I think that's it for finance. I know in y'all packets, y'all have the total budget. So. Thank, Mayor, I think we go for the reading. Any questions?
At this point, we will have anyone who is for the budget to come and make their comments. We have anyone? Anyone that's opposed to the budget, please come and speak.
Can I go down there with her?
Good evening once again. You want to join me? It's okay. I was able to look at it and I didn't know it's going to be, and well, I did know, but I didn't know. I actually looked at page 130, 132, and it's in reference to the new proposer, in reference to a new position. And this position reflects our department for the clerk. Now, I've been here for over 40 plus years, and I have seen clerk operate our city, and I know change does come, but we are not at a place where we need to get an executive director at this point in time for our clerk position. As you all know, right now, we are in election time. And election time, I only seen it operated through our city by one city clerk, and her name was Diane White. And she did an amazing job as the title city clerk. The first person that I ever seen ran our city department clerk was now our HR director, Miss Shalonda Brown, under the administration of Miss Angela Redding. The reason I'm opposed of this new proposer is because there are things that our department is not doing. As we heard on our previous meeting, she spoken, Miss Holiday said, she has to wait to get her information from other departments in order to send out the open record request. We just did a hiring, which she's our new hire, and we pay her really nice. I looked at the salary. I commend you, girl, on that salary. Right now, I do not see a reason, no disrespect to you all, for a new proposer for executive director for the city clerk. We're not in that place. We don't have that kind of task going on right now. When I have a complaint with what's happening out there in the trenches when it comes to our election, or when it comes to something that is in the change of command need to be presented, I have to go even to the county or to the state. So please consider, when you all look at this budget, think about us. We just paid for a new employee and she's paid well. God bless you on that. But just as we were thinking to save money, we can give it to the ladies of phase one of the leadership class, phase two of leadership class. Let's preserve our money the best way we know, and that is when it come time, it's just time. It's just not the time. This is not the season for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, that is the end of public hearing. We have a motion to end the public hearing and enter the regular session.
So move.
Second. All in favor? Aye. And motion is carried. We will go into new business.
So, Madam Mayor, I will make a motion, and then I want to discuss if it's seconded. But I will make a motion to approve the URA redevelopment, plan to expand the borders.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Just before the favor, I would like to discuss. if
Madam
I'm-
Mayor, so that's actually already, it's on the agenda already. It's just later. If you look, it is items 13 and 14.
Oh, I thought we discussed it.
So they're,
The public hearing, but we don't. Okay.
so
can
we have it
consider-
separate because there's specific resolutions and ordinance.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So I withdraw my motion. And wait until the time.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, got ahead of myself.
Okay, we're all anxious. New business, again, council consideration to adopt ordinance to approve the FY 2026-27 operating budget and capital improvement plan. The proposed funded dollars amount of FY 2027 budget is $46,439,729.
So, Madam Mayor, I do want to discuss this item. I don't know if I have to make a motion to begin the discussion on it. But as it stands, I'm not in favor of the budget, and I would like to explain why.
I second that.
I'm coming behind you third, but that, when are we able to comment?
At this point?
Give insight?
I-
can move
I'll
forward.
be willing to make I guess we have to make a motion, right? I
Yeah,
make a
if you-
motion that we table this item.
I'll second.
Third?
Discussion.
Discussion.
All in favor?
No, we
I-
have to do
Well,
this.
any discussion first.
Good discussion. Okay.
Can I go first?
Go ahead.
Okay, so, I concur with, our community leader, Dr. LaWanda Falami. When it comes to, there are two areas I'm looking at. I'm looking at, my colleagues, you guys look at the proposed positions. You guys go to that page. It's going to be on page 209. Okay? And in this, I have two questions, you guys for us to look at. And this supports why I do not support this new proposed department. Both our city clerk and our deputy clerk are doing an amazing job. I want to say that first and foremost. They have, came in and, brought, some new energy on what we needed and are executing. But one of the things that we have already done, we have, allowed for a new position to come into place. And this position is the records management specialist. And something Dr. LaWanda had said, when we had one person, they were executing and doing what they're doing. Now we have two. We have a city clerk, and we have a deputy clerk, and now we add a third position. And that right there, I'm not gonna call out that, what that, desired salary, is, but I'm saying at this point, I think that the city is covered, in that area. And for us to move and try to allow for this new proposed department, what I've learned is when we come in and we start talking about departments and stuff, there has to be a projection and a study that comes in alignment with every department head that's going to go across the board for them to study from city to city to city, what the duties are and what that looks like from a budget perspective. And so, I see you jumping. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Ah, looking froggy.
No.
And so, from my understanding, that the city clerk is a division in the department head of our executive office. So to propose another department head, I am not for it at all. That, to me, that means it's some more cookies got to go in the cookie jar.
So what I need to say about that, I do need to make a correction because in discussions with the interim city manager, this particular department is not a department. It's a division. And it's a division of the executive office. So we need to we need to make the correction of not being a department. It's a division.
Okay.
So,
Going by.
so I know what you're going by, but I'm making the correction. I'm making the correction.
Thank you, sir.
I'm making the correction.
Thank you.
And with that, that gives more of a latitude. If you look at some of the other departments with divisions in it, you can look at the fire department, which has 2 other divisions in it. You have the police department has division animal control in it. Also has division of E911. You have those, you see that in the budget, but they are separate entities, but they are divisions. So you have departments and divisions in the general fund. So that correction needs to be made. That's something that being in discussion with the interim city manager, that correction should have been made. So that's a correction that needs to happen.
Just one more things. I want us to pay attention to. There is an area for legislative office. And I am very much for this, and this is something that me and Mayor has been talking about. And this is a new position, but on the notes, I would love for us to have more clarity. Because at this time, it doesn't seem like you know whether it's going to be full-time, part-time, and that is a money projection, whether it's full or part-time. So we need to know the dollar amount equated to whatever the allotted time for that position is going to be.
The dollar amount that's there, you want to know whether it's part-time, full-time?
If you're telling
That's
me,
part-time.
if you're telling me you're not sure this will be a part-time or full-time position, nor the official title at this time, and you're giving me the desired salary, I don't know if that's full-time or is that a part-time salary?
It's part-time.
That's a part-time salary.
Part-time.
And part-time is going to cut, and so can we get that, when you say part-time, what the numbers look like as to, per week? What is part-time? 25 hours, 30 hours? What does that equate to? That's what I'm saying. Give us more insight on that, because I do know, moving forward, this is something we talked about, and this, position as the mayor's office assistant, I'm for it. But you got to give us a little bit more clarity. You can't throw out there and say maybe or maybe not, and then give out. I'm telling you
I
what
don't
I'm reading.
recall.
I'm telling you what I'm reading. I'm gonna read it. You ready? You ready?
Yeah.
You ready? Not sure. Will this be a part-time or full-time position, nor the official title? That's all I'm asking. Give us more insight of what this position is going to cover. You're saying it's full-time now at this price, and I don't want to call it out.
Let me make another correction. I don't think I wrote that, and I don't, what I said,
All I'm saying,
59,000 that you see is for part-time.
Mr. Wiggins?
That's how I
Wiggins?
projected it, but I didn't write that. So
Mr. Wiggins?
yes,
I don't know I don't know who put this together. And all I can do is go by what you have presented to me. That's all I'm saying.
I
Okay.
understand. I understand what you're looking at, but I'm telling you, that's not, what I did was, we came up with the numbers. This is a part-time position. Most part-times are usually 30 hours or less on, a week.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Mayor. I'm sorry. I think we need to go in executive session and discuss this because there are so many things, and I don't want to embarrass the city. I
No,
don't.
we can't. This is not.
But it's certain stuff in here, like for instance, like, it's a lot, right? And I don't think we should be approving the budget tonight. For instance, so they're requesting 2 supervisors in code enforcement. It ain't nothing but 5 people in that department. Why do you need 2 supervisors in code enforcement? That just does not make sense to me. Why are we not discussing code enforcement's director? Because they don't need to be up under the police department, because the police department doesn't even know how to handle the code enforcement issues. There are so many other things that need to be done. And then as far as the clerk's office, yes, one person has been handling it. I agree with you all, but they ain't been handling it correctly. That's why we have so many open record requests for 13 years, 14 years that have not been fulfilled because we haven't had anyone to fulfill them. So I just think we need to go through this thing with a fine-tooth comb, because there are a lot of things in here that are being overlooked. And again, this is the Bible of the city, and we need to make sure everything that we are voting on makes sense. And a lot of it just doesn't make sense to me.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
and I do know that some of these items we can't discuss in executive session, but I did send a message out to the council because my recommendation is a little bit different, but it's kind of tied into everything you all were saying. And I don't know if you all had a chance to read it. Y'all know I'll be up in the wee hours of the morning sending out messages 4 o'clock in the morning. But anyway, it is, this is what I state. And one of the things you said in your presentation is about building financial reserves. And so I do have a question about our reserves. So when we had our budget retreat, we went over the expenses. We went over each department and what they recommended and what they wanted. And that really cuts to our bottom line as to the expenses that we have to go out. But we didn't go over the revenues. And so this is what I observed when I went through this package. I'm just gonna read it. It says, "It is my recommendation that we halt all requests for new positions, reclassification, organizational restructure that will increase personnel costs. As part of the proposed budget, we are being asked to approve new positions and reclassify existing positions that would result in additional salary increases and ongoing expenses. While each request may have merit individually, collectively, they represent a significant increase in long-term financial obligations at the time when I believe we should be exercising fiscal restraint." Now, this is very important. It says the city's 2026 proposed projected revenues are $44,263,637. However, now that was 2026 projected revenues. However, the actual revenue totals only $30,919,026. Despite this shortfall, we are proposing a 2027 budget revenues of $46,439,729. Those, to me, that math doesn't add up. If we got $30 million in actual revenues for 2026, we did not hit the 2026 $44 million projected revenues. How are we going to get almost $15 million more in revenues for 2027? That doesn't make sense to me. Then I put, additionally, our reserves decreased. I know y'all remember that budget, that audit that we had. Our revenues decreased approximately $4 million between 2024 and 2025. We blame that on the the wage and compensation study that we did, that we brought all of our people up, our salaries up and everything. And so what I want to make sure is we are not bleeding. So before taking on additional reoccurring expenses, we should have a clear understanding of our current fiscal position and whether we are stabilized on our reserves. Now, at the town hall meeting that was conducted, one of the residents asked about our reserves, and I believe I heard you say that we had $12 million in reserves. So again, we started at 14 million, we decreased to 10 million, and I guess we're back up to 12 million. But I want to know, because it doesn't show, it's not reflected in anything that we see. I don't know where we are with our reserves. So that's a question that I have. How much reserve funds do we have? Then I say, while I understand the importance of adopting a budget to ensure continual operations, I do believe this is the appropriate time to, I'm sorry, can't read. I do not believe this is the appropriate time to approve new positions, significant salary increases, reclassifications, or major organizational changes. These decisions should be evaluated by our permanent city manager. And so you all know, we are very close to selecting a city manager who can conduct a comprehensive review of our operations, our staffing needs, and our financial capacity. So this one final thing I'll say. For now, I believe that we should focus on maintaining essential services, operating with our current structure, and exercising fiscal discipline until a permanent manager is in place. And as an example, when I discuss with the city manager candidates, it was reinforced that they believe that, like Councilwoman Wells said, code compliance is most effective when maintained as a standalone department. Additionally, and I won't even speak on the other thing, designating the position as a formal, okay, we ain't gonna go on that. We already talked about that, so I ain't even gonna say that. But I do agree with my colleagues that we have to have more discussion. But like I said, I know that we are at a point where we have to make a decision on the budget. My vote, I guess, would be that we maintain where we are and then have deeper conversations about the new positions and all that with our new city manager.
And I almost wholeheartedly agree with you. The only, I agree with 99% everything you said. The only thing is I would really like for us to focus on getting a director for code enforcement right now, because that's already a position that's budgeted for. And I just think we need to do that. And the prime example is asking for another supervisor in code enforcement when there's only 5 or 6 employees.
You say.
No, I think we need to get.
Supervisor?
We just need a director for code compliance versus them being up under the police department. That's the only thing, but everything else I agree with.
So I do have a question. How do we move forward knowing that the fiscal year ends June 31st? So are we able to maintain where we are or approve it, or do we need numbers? Attorney Maxwell.
You need the numbers. There would need to be some sort of temporary budget in place. And you could always do a special called meeting to adopt the final budget. We just need to advertise it. And so I don't know if we would be within the time period. I got to look it up.
15.
Yeah.
So to do a temporary budget, we would need to do that 14-day.
Yeah. So state law says that if you don't adopt your budget in that time frame, that your current budget would automatically roll over until you do.
Thank you.
So,
That's if you have funds in the budget still to roll over.
Thank you. I think we need more discussion, that's for sure.
absolutely.
Your motion? You got the motion. Okay. All in favor?
Aye. This was the table.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion passed. Do you know what the motion is?
Table. I took that to be a motion to table.
Yes, thank you. Next item was the FY, council consideration to approve the FY 25-26 budget amendment number 5.
I make a motion we approve.
Second,
I second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion and approval to enter into a contract with DAF Concrete for asphalt patching services.
I make a motion we approve.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion.
Well, discussion. So, again, I would just like for people to be consistent when it comes to the entire Forest Park, because it is kind of contradicting for one to say 20 roads, but only 9 streets. And then what about the Governor's Drive? I want to make sure, because that is private. And so I want to make sure that we're not allocating these funds to work on private property. But again, $121,000 in certain streets, for instance, Ash Street is a main street, and Mears, I know I get your phone calls from your ward about all of the potholes, and even someone that just had surgery had to go back because of the pothole on Ash Street, and Ash Street is not on there, so that's very concerning. So I really want to know how these streets were selected. And I would be willing to get in a truck or car with somebody and ride and show them streets that need to be paved. I just want to know how they came up with it. But yeah, I'm opposed to it.
So it has passed. Can we, it has passed? It passed?
3 votes passed.
The 3 votes? I would say get those, I would say, give more clarity, just make sure we get, Director Matthews, I'm so sorry, get more, insight as to how was those streets chosen? You understand what I'm saying? What made, Ash Street, supersede over possibly Governor Glenn? I'm just throwing something out there. And so, to the question that she's posing, to make sure, get clarity, how you guys doing that process is, and just explain to us, make sure it's on 5th grade level.
Sure. So we have discussions with our supervisors every Tuesday. One of the tasks that was given to them was to assess all the roads in the subdivision, in the city, as to which ones were more egregious. They provided a list with locations. Governor's Drive, we understand, is public up until it gets to the housing complex, then it turns private. So anything within the public right-of-way is what will be addressed, because there was a constant pothole that was always reported through C-Click Fix. So we made that one of the priorities as well.
Okay, and that's understandable, but that you said so basically from the light until you get to the apartment complexes, but Ash Street is probably a mile long, and it's in 2 different wards, and no supervisor thought that Ash Street needed some work done.
That wasn't one of the inputs, but the thing about this contract is that it's fluid, right? So some of the patches can grow, some of them can shrink, which will allow us some flexibility to address other areas.
So the list of streets are not set in stone.
Right,
Be
there could be
flexible.
some other streets added because of the aging infrastructure. Potholes do pop up, and if we had an abundance amount of rain, it can weaken the asphalt in other areas.
in my house 65 years and it's been paid twice. Was dirt and they paid.
But you just voted yes for these three. Okay, thank you. Council consideration to approve an ordinance establishing municipal court technology fee.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council, and our city attorney. Just to give an update, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure if you were here at that time, but in late December, a resolution was drafted by myself and presented to the governing body seeking authorization for the court to collect a surcharge and each fine imposed. The revenue from this resolution generated is to support the technology needs of both the municipal court and the police department. With the assistance of the city attorney, the proposed legislation was subsequently presented to the Georgia Assembly and was adopted as resolution number 2025-93. So now the court is asking mayor and council to consider an ordinance amending Title II, Chapter 5, Article A of the City of Forest Park Code of Ordinances to establish Section 2-5-18.1, authorizing the municipal court to assess and collect a technology fee of up to $10 as a surcharge and criminal and quasi-criminal fines as authorized by Act 592, House Bill 1553 of the 2026 Georgia General Assembly. This revenue collected will be used exclusively for authorized technological needs of the municipal court and the police department. So this technology fee will only be used for the municipal court and also the police department. As you have seen in the budget presentation that the finance director does, the police department needs a lot of stuff with lot of technology upgrade with their drone technology infrastructure, evidence management system, body worn camera, and so forth. So this ordinance becomes effective upon adoption with fee collection commencing no earlier than July 1st, 2026. Any question?
Yes. I just love it. Oh my God. Yes, thank you so much. I'm just trying to understand, because we added a surcharge before?
Actually, that was the resolution. So now we are just asking you guys to consider an ordinance for the city of Forest Park.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
So the resolution was already adopted, it was passed, adopted. So we just need an ordinance for the city of Forest Park right now.
Got it. Thank
Yes.
you.
If I may expand a little, so the resolution was to introduce legislation in the General Assembly, and then since the General Assembly adopted the fee and the legislation, now it comes back to the city to actually enact the law.
Madam Mayor, I just want to say congratulations.
Oh, thank
That's awesome. House bill, you made a House bill. God, to the fifth power and beyond. That is awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I'll make a motion that we approve the ordinance establishing municipal court technical fees.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. Next item, council consideration to adopt a resolution designating the urban redevelopment area and determining that the area constitutes a pocket of blight.
I'll make a motion that we approve this item.
All in favor?
Before you take the roll, Madam Mayor, I do want to, just expound on, this and some of the comments that was made. Be rest assured that the expansion of the URA boundaries, is gonna allow the URA to use some of the funds that we have to, like it says, um, help with blight. I will say that the URA did hire, a firm to do a catalytic study of the entire city of Forest Park to identify areas of blight that we can quickly address and start doing some redevelopment, mixed use type, of things. And I will say that you don't have to worry about having something that is not, what's the word I'm looking for? Zoned in the area. So you don't have to worry about a data center on Forest Parkway, so I just want to say that this does give the URA the opportunity to begin to build up our city and build up and make it more attractive, especially along the Forest Parkway corridor.
Ready for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. And the last item is council consideration to adopt a resolution approving the urban redevelopment plan. Any second?
The urban redevelopment plan, I'm not sure what that.
That's the strategic plan.
Oh, okay. When I just talked about it, I didn't realize. Okay, I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. This time we will have closing comments by the governing body.
Start with me.
Start with you.
All right, so I want to first of all say congratulations. We had two of our longtime employees to retire. Mr. Hicks, 23 years, and Mr. Robert Thomas, 19 years. So congratulations on your ability to retire. I text Mr. Hicks and I said, "You look too young to be retiring." But I also want to remind everyone of the ward meeting that takes place on Thursday, this Thursday. It'll be at 5 o'clock at the Hartsville Community Center, which is 696 Main Street. If you're not able to make it in person, it is streamed via Zoom live and recorded and then placed on the website. If you need to go back and see it, that's what you see on the screen there. Also want to address the comments that was made about the data center, and not really go into a whole lot of details about it, but I will say that a community benefits agreement is something that is going to be a working document, which means that whatever is being done, that the community will be able to be included in that. And that this will be something that's beneficial to the community. I know that we hear a lot of the negatives about different things that happen with centers, but there are some positives too, and it's not all, it affects all the water and all the whatever that was when they first started, but technology has changed and things have changed along with technology to make it more environmentally sound. You can actually look up the company that's coming, Digital Realty Company. You can go and look up their credentials and where they are located and all of that stuff to get more information about that. And the other thing I would say is that facts matter. Sometimes people come and they say certain things about I guess information they don't want to get the full story. They just stick on one thing. There is something that happened early on during the investigation that was not, we were not privy to talk about. And so the lack of information that the public has about the whole situation, and they're focused on one thing, and it's not the one thing. And I would agree with all of you if it was the one thing, the paid time off. I'll just say that if it was just the paid time off, that one thing, you're right, it's not egregious enough, but it's not the one thing. And so if you want to get what the more than the one thing is, the comprehensive investigation is open to the public. You're welcome to get it. The other thing I will say is, if you walk into a situation and you find that something that was done in the past is not right, do you continue to do the thing that was not right, or you work to get it? You make sure that going forward you do it right. So that is a situation that has transpired. Right now, I will say I'm so happy tonight that we have collectively come together as one Forest Park on this dais. This has been the most that we've been together in a long time. But I can tell you on one issue, we are deeply divided. And it is going to take a judicial level to correct that deep divide. And so hopefully, as we get that judicial ruling, whatever it may be, that we will be able to come together on that one issue that we are so deeply divided in. And then, I will just say, that's all I'll say. All right, have a great evening. The thing that's on the screen, gifts at the park. So July, I keep saying February. Friday, July 17th, if you need to scan the QR code, you can scan the QR code, or you can go to tinyurl.com/gifts at the park 2026. Thank you, Ms. Dixon, for putting that QR link, together. We will have a $250,000 to $300,000 worth of products and services that we're giving away. And it's going to be at Forest Park High School. You do have to register for a time slot to participate. But if you think of all the items that you purchase from Amazon, when you return those items, some people I used to think that it goes back into the stores or whatever, but it doesn't. It goes into a warehouse. So we have a partnership with Good 360 that gets a whole warehouse full of brand new items that people have returned for whatever reason they didn't want. But that's the quality of products and things that you will be able to take part of. So we are having that event. It is a 4-day event for us and our volunteers. But the shopping day is on the 17th. So if you want to volunteer, if you want to help, please reach out. You can scan the QR code. It has information on there on how you can sign up to volunteer if you just want to volunteer. But it's a huge effort that we're doing. Christmas in July. Thank you.
Well, everybody, you guys have an amazing night. Y'all make it home safe. Thank you for coming out. We appreciate all our staff that is here past the 19th hour. And so I pray you guys are retaining rest tonight. You guys be safe. May God's grace and peace be upon you continuously.
Yes, I would just like to say thank everyone for coming out, and I would like to welcome at-work personnel to the city of Forest Park, and I will definitely be sending people your way. Because everybody always contacts the city hiring. So thank you all so much for choosing the city of Forest Park. And I just want to reiterate on what I was speaking as far as Clayton, Leadership Clayton. Thank you all so much for your presentation. And I just think things and initiatives like this is what we should focus on. No disrespect to the cemeteries and things like that, but if we're gonna pour that money into cemeteries, property that we do not own, we should definitely be willing to help with the homelessness in our community and help them to get to where they need to be successful. It should be no questions asked about it. And then as far as notes here. Councilwoman Jane, yes, I agree. We came a long way during this meeting. We still have a lot of work to do, but it's good to be able to come together collectively and make the decisions that best work for our city. But I will say, as far as transparency, and yes, we are very divided on the Chief Chris situation. Chief Chris should be at work today, you know? And so when we talk about there's more to it, to the story, initially, the investigator that investigated reached out to the news himself before he even investigated and told the news what was going on, and it was all prestilling. And people were at the hearing, they heard, nothing was said. Chief Chris had a answer to everything. And so again, I believe in transparency. I believe in telling the truth. I believe when you tell one lie, you have to tell another one, and you got to do certain things to cover up this lie. I don't have time to do that, and I just think we need to be honest. It was personal. That's just how I feel. It was very personal. And that could have been a write-up, or it could have been, it didn't have to be termination. And again, I'll say this over and over to blue in the face, that our attorneys advise and give their opinions. They do not dictate our decisions. And so for them to say that the veto was illegal when our charter states that the will or intent of the governing body can be vetoed by the mayor. And prime example is I can't remember who made the comment, Chief Horton should still be here today. You know, we can't just pick and choose when our charter works for us. We have to be consistent. And again, the precedence was already set. So yes, we need to be more transparent. And I think the recording was requested, and the guy that did the investigation said there is no recording. So how can we say it's open and you can request these items, but when you request them, it's not available. I think that says a lot as well. But anyway, Chat, Chew, and Connect with Councilwoman Wells was absolutely amazing on Friday. I did the first one in Breckenridge Apartments. A lot of people forget about the apartment complex, and that's one of the apartment complexes that I grew up in when I was 6, 7 years old. And when I was elected, I stayed in those same apartment complex. And so a lot of people can't make it to council meetings, and a lot of people don't navigate online a lot, don't know how. And so I feel like we need to take the information to them. We need to make ourselves accessible, and I try my best to do that in Ward 4, so the people know that I'm here and I work for them and I listen to them. I don't just get up here and make a decision because that's what Councilwoman Wells would like. I want to know how they feel because those are my bosses. So thank you to everyone that came out, the fire department, the police department, mayor. Thank you all so much. It was an absolutely amazing. It was hot, but it was absolutely amazing. And then on that same day, I had to leave Chat, Chew, and Connect with Councilwoman Wells because I wanted to team up with Josh Fromberger, who is my first cousin. He's the head coach at baseball at Forest Park High School, and we have been talking about bringing baseball back to Forest Park. A lot of people, if you know the history of Forest Park, you know that baseball was a huge thing here in our community, and for a long time, ages 13 to 17, they haven't had a baseball program. And so when I was talking to Coach Josh about it, he wanted to do a coaches clinic first so that we can talk about what we want to bring into our community and help them be better coaches and teach these kids the right way. And then we also had a clinic for the kids on Saturday, which was absolutely amazing. And this is what it's all about. You know, this is why I run every time, and this is why I will continue to run, because we need to give back to our community. That's our future right there, you know, and we need to pour into them. And that's one thing that I love to do. So thank you so much to Coach Josh and all of the coaches that came out to support this initiative. And so the next thing is getting these coaches here and getting these kids and getting baseball started back in Forest Park. And Fun Friday, everybody's been calling me, when is Fun Friday starting? When is fun? It was supposed to start this month, but I ain't managed my money well because I'm always trying to do something in the community. So I had to wait. But next month, the third Friday up until October, we will have Fun Friday, where we have the live bands and the bouncy houses and the vendors that come out. And if you know anybody that would like to be a vendor, I'd be nice, and I'd be like, well, if you want to come out, I won't even charge you a vendor fee. Just come out, because I believe in helping people and helping my community. So yes, that is it. Thank you all so much, and I hope you all have a blessed night. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad everybody's here. I'm gonna make mine short and sweet. Right here is where we handle your business, all kind of business. So come here, let yourself be heard, challenge us and see, and we'll tell you what we know and see how it works out. Y'all have a good evening.
Okay, again, thank Mr. Solomon from At Work in coming to give us this presentation, let us know what he's doing over there. We really appreciate him. He's been active really in this community long before he came in to At Work. So we appreciate you and appreciate you bringing your business here in Forest Park. And again, thank the Leadership Clayton groups that wonderful presentations. Something we definitely need, and we will definitely be talking about it amongst each other to find out how we can help. Don't
I got a
forget.
little question.
Oh, yes, sir.
When you get.
Okay. As a reminder, again, voters will head to the polls tomorrow. The election runoff is tomorrow. Please go out and vote. Everyone who went out for the previous vote, please go to the runoffs and help us out. We need to show up at these polls. Some people are trying to take our vote away, so it must be pretty important for them to try to take it away. So please go and vote. Exercise your vote. Thank you so much.
I just want to say about the wash and flow and fro. I experienced that myself early on when we lived in the country and the well quit running, and we had to go around to get baths where we could get them. We run through the car wash sometime and stuff like that. So it's a worthy cause, but it has to be fixed where it's run right. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got a lot of infrastructure that you have to put with it, but I am for that 100%. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may say one thing about the budget, to follow up on what we discussed previously. So we still do have to advertise, but it's just a week. So if we get the ad out tomorrow, then we would be able to have, another budget hearing and adoption either June 29th or June 30th, if there would be quorum.
Don't be in Savannah.
Look like we can't go to Savannah.
Well, I'm gonna be in Florida.
Can we have our meeting in Savannah?
I'm gonna be out of town myself.
This likely would qualify as an emergency, but I can look into it further.
Okay, any other comments before we recess the meeting and go to executive session? Yes. Yeah. Is there a motion to recess the regular session and enter into executive session for personnel, litigation, real estate, or cybersecurity?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
executive session?
Wait, he's gotta get,
Oh.
oh, he ready.
You ready? Is there a motion to exit the executive session and reconvene the regular council meeting? So.
I'll second.
Good.